The pool is now closed for warm-up. Once again, the pool is now closed for warm-up. Please, can all swimmers leave the pool so we can set up for competition? Once again, the pool is now closed for warm-up. Thank you. Officials, please, can you take your place on the pool deck ready for competition? Once again, if all officials can please make their way to their positions. Thank you. Please, can we have all volunteers and helpers helping with equipment to poolside? Once again, all of our equipment helpers to poolside, please. Thank you. Please, can we ask athletes for our first event, which is the female 100-metre rescue medley, to make their way to marshalling. Once again, our athletes for the first event, the female 100-metre rescue medley, to marshalling, please. Thank you. Please can all officials take their positions immediately ahead of competition. Once again, all officials please now into positions. Thank you. Please, can we have our timekeepers to poolside? That's timekeepers to poolside. And our heat session is underway. Welcome back to the Swansea Welsh National Pool for this third and final day of the RLSS Commonwealth Lifesaving Championships. Our circuit activities this morning. And now we move on to the heats. The female 100-metre rescue medley is what we'll be starting with. 8 heats in all for this. Caitlin Fowler is in lane 2 for Canada. Maeve Pendleton for Northern Ireland in lane 3. Victoria Okumu for Kenya in lane 4. Eve Hagan for Northern Ireland in lane 5. And Annie Hari for Mauritius in lane 6. Already our leader in this event, Caitlin Fowler, is on her way back down to the finish. The 100-metre rescue medley, for those of you who have never seen it before. 50 metres freestyle, they'll turn at the wall, and then on their way back will dive down to retrieve the mannequin and will carry the mannequin back to the finish. And that is what Caitlin Fowler has done, and she is coming in to record her time. The fastest times will go through to this afternoon's final. And Caitlin Fowler, 1:28.03, the time for the Canadian, will set the benchmark. Eve Hagan making her way into the final few metres as well. Maeve Pendleton not far behind the 2 Northern Irish swimmers in this heat. Neve's time of 1:54.65. She's under the 2-minute mark. And Maeve Pendleton at 2 minutes, 0.26 seconds. Please can we remind competitors that they will need to bring the mannequins to the side of the pool. Once again, all competitors for this event, please make sure you bring the mannequins to the side of the pool. Our next 8 underway, heat 2 of 8, as we said, trying to find a place in the final this afternoon. Kennedy Massey for Scotland in lane 1, alongside fellow Scottish athlete Rebecca Stewart in lane 2. Summer Leah Mock for Singapore in lane 3. Northern Ireland in the central 2 lanes, Catherine Doyle in 4 and Beth Campbell in 5. Weijie Jesslyn Neo for Singapore in lane 6. Emily Black for Northern Ireland in 7. And in lane 8, Abby O'Malley from Scotland. .50 metres and a turn. As you'll see, our athletes will turn and dive at 50 metres. They go under the water, retrieve the mannequin, which is 17.5 metres away from that wall. And we can see under the water, our leaders are coming up to break the surface. Beth Campbell from Northern Ireland has the advantage as the mannequins are retrieved. But it is now that long carry down the pool. Just over 30 metres worth of carrying our athletes will do with the mannequins. Beth Campbell still has the advantage alongside her Catherine Doyle, both from Northern Ireland, will lead this second heat. Summer Leah Mock from Singapore not far behind. And it's neck and neck at the front. It looks like Catherine Doyle might overtake. And she does indeed. Catherine Doyle, 1:40.38 seconds. The second clear of Beth Campbell in second. Samalita Mock for Singapore in third. On to heat number 3 for the female 100-metre rescue medley. Kira Rogers in lane 1 for Northern Ireland. Mauritius Aladajor in lane 2. Hugh Ying, Bernice Ting for Singapore in lane 3. Martina Zakowska in lane 4 for Canada. Kate Moore for Northern Ireland in 5. Scotland's Hannah Masterton in lane 6. Hong Wee in lane 7 for Singapore, and Indigo Lang in lane 8 for Scotland. Already at the 50 metres, they will turn and dive, take the breath, and head down to the mannequins underwater. We'll keep an eye on the surface to see who it is who rises and breaks the surface first. Hu Ying Bernice Ting is away, the Singaporean swimmer in lane 3. A good lead for her, 23 years old. Martina Zakowska out in second at the moment. Remember though, it's all about the times when it comes to these heats. It doesn't matter who finishes where, it's all about the time that you have for the final. Hu Ying Bernice Ting was the first to turn at halfway, and she is also going to be the first to finish as well. A 1:25.33, the leading time for the Singaporean swimmer. Martina Zakowska not far behind, a second behind. And Hannah Masterton will take third in heat number 3. All 8 of our athletes in this heat, their seed times 1:30 or under. The times will tumble as we go through the heats. Kirsten Daly in lane 1 for Wales, Samantha Carpenter in 2 for Scotland, Mida Clark in 3 for Australia, Sydney Shemwilt for Canada in lane 4, Bella Murchie for Australia in lane 5, Elena Quinn in lane 6 for England, Megan Warshaw for Canada in 7, and Laura Davies for Wales in lane 8. It's Bella Murchie for Australia, who we see rise from the bottom of the pool first. A length over the competition. Sydney Shemwilt in lane 4, the Canadian, not far behind, neither is Mida Clark. And Megan Warshaw for Canada. 2 Canadians and 2 Australians at the front of this heat for now. Bella Murchie has that lead. Is extending it slightly as she comes down into the final 10 metres. Her time will be the fastest from heat 4. A 1:21.40 for Bella. Sydney at 1:23.88. And then Megan Warshaw does take the 3rd fastest time for heat 3. Four heats down, 4 left to go for this one. This is heat number 5. England's Isla Lawson in lane 1, the Australian Stephanie Staniforth in lane 2, Mimi Fisher for England in 3. 2 Welsh athletes in the central lanes, Abby Davies in 4 and Eve Hickman in 5. Regan Copsey in lane 6 for Australia. And then the South Africans, Erin Langenhoven in 7 and Zoe Stain in lane 8. The 50-metre freestyle is done. They're diving to retrieve the mannequins. That's 17.5-metre distance. They have 5 metres to bring that mannequin up to the surface. That's what they've done. Abby Davies leads heat 5 for Wales as they get to 25 metres left to go. One of the swimmers from our home nation, our hosts for this year's Commonwealth Championships. A beautiful sunny week here in Swansea. It has been a fantastic venue for 2025. And Abby Davies will bring this home for Wales, the leader in heat 5. A time of 1:20.86 for Abby. Mimi Fisher for England, a 1:22.27 in second. And Regan Copsey for Australia in third. Away we go in heat number 6. And some names from the podiums starting to appear as we get closer to the end of this event. Chloe Chen in lane 1 for Canada. Paige Holt in 2 for Australia. England's Emily Robson in 3. South Africa's Kira van Heerden in lane 4. Abby Comline for England in lane 5. Wales's Grace James in lane 7. And Jessica Harkes for South Africa in lane 8. The 7 of them are under the water. Abby Comline the first to turn in at 29.92 at 30 seconds. But Kira van Heerden has taken the lead since and is now trying to stretch that lead a length ahead of Comline in the lane next to her. Just 1600ths between the two when they turned at 50 meters, but Van Heerden sprinting for the line. And Van Heerden will have the fastest time, a 1:13.10, a superb time for Van Heerden. And times around the 1:16, 1:17 as well. Some competitive times as we round out heat 6. Our penultimate heat, 8 athletes in the pool, hoping to get themselves into one of our finals this afternoon. Samantha Nagel in lane 1 for South Africa, Gabrielle Gibbons-Renner for Canada in lane 2, Zafia Quigley for Northern Ireland in 3, Gemma Holt in 4 for Australia, Maya Lopez for England in lane 5, Rihanna Marchant for Wales in lane 6, Kendra Begley in lane 7 for South Africa, and Eleanor Flowers for Australia in lane 8. All 8 of them within 2 seconds of each other after 50 meters, so it will be important as they swim down to retrieve the mannequins. It's close at the front of this heat as well. There was just 1/100th between Gemma Holt and Amaya Lopez as they turned. Gemma Holt now has the lead. Rihanna Marchant for Wales also closing in up at the front of this heat as well. And as we come to the final few meters, it will be Holt that will take the fastest time in this heat. What about second and third, though, between Lopez and Marchant? Just 2/10 between them. It is Holt, Lopez and Marchant, the fastest 3 in heat number 7. Final 8 athletes hoping to get into the final. Emily Ezard for Wales in lane 1. Nicola Harkes for South Africa in 2. The Australians, Madison Jones and Chelsea Jones in 3 and 4. Savannah Voigt in lane 5 for South Africa. Mercedes LeBlanc for Canada in 6. Kendra de Toit for South Africa in 7. And in lane 8 is Connie Miller for Wales. Chelsea Jones leads the way at 50 metres. She is the current Commonwealth Championships record holder. She led the way back in 2023, getting a 1:12.70 in Windsor. But what will we see from her in 2025? Will we have more records broken in this event here in Swansea? Chelsea has that lead. Savannah Voigt in lane 5 next to her, keeping up the pace, hoping for a place in the final. As we close down towards the end of this heat, some great times coming ahead. And Chelsea Jones's time at 1:10.53 seconds, a brand new Commonwealth Championship record for Chelsea Jones. The Australian securing a place with Savannah Voigt and Madison Jones, your fastest 3 finishers in that last heat for the female 100-metre rescue medley. The open category will be starting next. Time then for the open 100-metre rescue medley. 8 heats again. 64 athletes hoping to get into the final this afternoon. Kaylee Wilford in lane 1 for Canada. Daniel Ricardo in lane 2 for Northern Ireland, alongside John McKenzie in lane 3. Amnesh Dosia in lane 4 for Mauritius. Singapore's Jung Min Tan in lane 5. Rupesh Bawanidin for Mauritius in lane 6. Maghav Narainin for Mauritius in lane 7. And Colin Conway for Canada in lane 8. Up in lane 1, Kaylee Wilford for Canada, doing a superb job. As is Colin Conway in lane 8. Those two without seeding times, so may not be seated in the correct place in terms of order. Amnesh Dosia in lane 4, Jung Min Tan in lane 5, the Singaporean going well as well. So it's a 1:16.61 seconds for Kaylee Wilford. Colin Conway, a 1:24.62. And we will confirm those times for you shortly. Reminder that all results, once confirmed, will be uploaded onto the results system for you to access. You can find the QR code in the results page of the programme and around the venue. And for those of you watching on the live stream, they are available on the event website. Apologies for the short pause there. The timing system recalibrated. We are back. 8 athletes back in the pool. Ezekiel Padbury in lane 1 for Scotland, alongside fellow Scots Andrew Bridgewood in lane 2. Gopesh Komenidin in lane 3 for Mauritius. Laurent Jean-Guial Lelonton in lane 4 for Mauritius. And also in 5 for Mauritius is Kushan Govindan. Lane 6, Brian Yongji-Tan for Singapore. Gareth Abbott-Hay for Wales in lane 7. And Stephen Tweedle for Scotland in lane 8. Our athletes have turned and have head down to the bottom of the pool. The pool depth at 2 meters. And diving down to collect the mannequin. Retrieve and now carry back to the end. Ezekiel Padbury in lane 1 swimming well, as is Brian Yongji-Tan in lane 6. But Kushan Govindan has turned on the boosters and is putting the power in. Starting to create distance between Kushan and the rest of the field. And into the final few meters, it will be Kushan Govindan who finishes first, a 1:20.06. Ezekiel Padbury for Scotland in second. And Brian Yongji-Tan for Singapore will finish third in this second heat. As Gopesh Komenidin swims to the end. They are away in Heat 3. Junyan Brenton-Yeo in lane 1 for Singapore, Northern Ireland. Paul Maher in lane 2. Killian Lamont for Scotland in lane 3. Isaac Thibodeau in lane 4 for Canada. Noah Bonev in Scotland for lane 6. James McGrath in lane 7 for Australia. And Keenan Rocks for Northern Ireland in lane 8. James McGrath, the fastest of the 7 in the pool at the 50-metre split. A quarter of a second ahead of Noah Bonev, but it is Noah who actually comes up ahead. The two of them still pretty close, though. James McGrath, the faster of the stroke rate on the arms, edging ahead as they go into those final 15 metres. The Australian swimmer has that advantage. Both of the two of them 16 years old. Isaac Thibodeau in lane 4 also building up, but it will be James McGrath who finishes first. A 1:13.67, the fastest time from Bonev. And Thibodeau in third for Heat 3. Heat 4 of 8 for the open 100-metre rescue medley. Ronan Adams in lane 1 for Northern Ireland. Singapore's Eddie Hockling John in lane 2. Liam Scheitzer for South Africa in lane 3, the first to turn. Marc-Antoine Bernier for Canada in lane 4. Ben Hyatt for Wales in 5. Ben Newington for Wales in 6. And then it's Mitchell Tuckey in 7 for Australia. And Daniel Beggs in lane 8 for Northern Ireland. We'll keep an eye on the ball for those finishing times. So the 1:11.41, our fastest time from Liam Scheitzer. Mitchell Tuckey will finish second in that heat. Eddie Young will finish in third. Into the second half of the heats. Heat number 5 of this open 100-metre rescue medley. Richard Jagger is in lane 1 for Scotland. Will Watkins for Wales in 2. Matthew Pachente for South Africa in 3. Ethan Parsons for Canada in 4, alongside fellow Canadian Vincent Lalaset in lane 5. Ewan James for Wales in lane 6. Terry Smith for Canada in lane 7, and Jackson Brennan for Australia in lane 8. Matthew Pachente going well. The South African up in lane 3. Vincent Lalaset for Canada in lane 5. Those two alongside Jackson Brennan in lane 8. Look to be the fastest to the line, although Ethan Parsons coming forward as well. It will be Jackson Brennan for Australia, finishes first at 109.23 seconds from Pachente and Parsons. Your fastest 3 finishes for Heat 5. Please can we ask our athletes for the following 2 events, that is the female and open 4x50 medley relays, to make their way to marshalling. That's all of our athletes for the female and open 4x50 metre medley relays to head to marshalling, please. Thank you. A fast start from our 8 in the pool. Henry Russell-Ross for England is in lane 1. Ben Browning for England in 2. Daniel Miller for Australia in 3. South African Anthony Peters in lane 4. Braden Woodford in lane 5 for Australia, alongside fellow Australian Corbin Zane in lane 6. Oliver Johnson in lane 7 for Canada, and Lewis Morgan for Wales in lane 8. The 8 of them under the water, heading for the mannequin. Who will break the surface first? It's Anthony Peters. Was first to turn at the wall by 1/3 of a second over Braden Woodford. The 2 of them in the central lanes are leading as we head closer to the minute mark. And let's see what they will produce out of the end. Anthony Peters will finish first at 102.83 seconds, half a second ahead of Braden Woodford in second, and Daniel Miller will finish 3rd for heat number 6. Our penultimate heat for the open category. Oscar Starr Thomas in lane 1 for Australia. South Africans Matthew Brooker and Bryce Miniran in lane 2 and 3. England's James Blabby in lane 4. Thomas Leggett in 5 for Northern Ireland. And then the Australians Nicholas Hodges, Billy Love and Heath Corrie in lanes 6, 7 and 8. Thomas Leggett, who had the edge, and James Blabby, the two of them in the central lanes, will pretty much be neck and neck as they come to the wall. It will be James who finishes first, 26 hundredths of a second between the English and the Northern Irish athletes, and Hodges will finish in third. Please can we have all coaches and team managers down to competitive liaison. Once again, all coaches and team managers down to competitive liaison. Thank you. Our final 8 athletes in this open 100-metre rescue medley, the 4x50 medley relay coming up next. Asha Lopez Vicente for England in lane 1, Willem Basson in lane 2 for South Africa. Wales' Tristan James in lane 3, Samuel Lorman for England in 4, Aidan Borman in lane 5 for South Africa, Ben Cazal for England in lane 6, Mike Gason Holly for Wales in lane 7, and Neil Holtzhausen for South Africa in lane 8. All of the athletes 2 seconds between them as they turn halfway. Aidan Borman for South Africa was the first to the wall from Tristan James in second. But as they resurface, it's Samuel Lorman who has the advantage. And a strong performance as well in this heat, trying to get the best time that they can to get into our finals block this afternoon. What will they be able to do here? Samuel Lorman will be the first to the wall, a 102.60 for Samuel. Aidan in third in the end, the South African a 105.36. There's Matt Gason Holly who takes second for Wales. That concludes the heats for the 100-metre rescue medley. Congratulations to all of our swimmers and to all of our finalists. The finals block once again will be starting at 4 o'clock this afternoon local time. For those of you here in the venue and those of you watching on the live stream around the world once again. We'll be moving on shortly to our next event. It is the 4x50 medley relay. We're starting with 3 heats for the females and then 3 open heats will round out this session. We move on then to event 603 of our competition programme. This is the female 200-metre rescue medley team relay. 3 heats in total for this one. 5 teams in our first heat. The national team for Scotland in lane 2, the national team for Northern Ireland in lane 3, the national team for Australia in 4, and then the development team of South Africa in 5, and Canada's development team in lane 6. For those of you new to the Lifesaving sports, the medley relay made up of 4 50-metre lengths of our pool. The first one you saw was 50 metres of freestyle without fins, the second with fins. The third leg we can see now, a 50-metre freestyle swim without fins, but towing that rescue tube behind them, the yellow tube in the pool. And as we're about to see, the fourth leg will be a tow using that rescue tube as we come towards the end of this one. Australia lead the way. As we can see in this fourth leg, they tow a teammate back to the finish line. And a strong, strong swim for Australia, the fastest of the 5 teams on paper when it comes to the seeding times for these heats. And what a performance in the pool. It will beat their seeding time, a 1:47.90 for Australia, who finished first in this heat. South Africa, a 1:55.27. Canada not far behind them, just 2.2 seconds. And as the time ticks over to 2 minutes, Northern Ireland and Scotland will round out Heat 1. Our second heat for the female 4x50 rescue medley relay. 6 teams in this one. Northern Ireland's development team in lane 2, Australia's development team in 3, the national teams of South Africa in 4, Wales in 5, and Singapore in 6, and then the development team for Scotland in lane 7. South Africa lead the charge 50 metres in, but it's close between them and Australia, a quarter of a second between those 2 teams. Wales less than a second behind as well. Scotland and Northern Ireland close in 5th and 6th as we see that incredible underwater 50-metre length with the fins. And the handover to the third in each team, still very close between Australia's development team and South Africa in lane 4. Just 1/100th between them. Australia was in the lead at that turn. South Africa now back in front as they tow the rescue tubes alongside them. Wales also creeping forward and could take second as we come towards the final handover. And after the transition, South Africa still have that lead. Wales, though, coming forward, try to close the gap. It's all about the times for the finals later on this afternoon, but South Africa doing a superb job in lane 4. Wales cruising as well. Both of them are going to be with some good times here. A 148.06 for South Africa, a 149.06, exactly a second between the two nations. And then the development team for Australia will finish in 3rd place. Some incredibly quick performances as Scotland come to the finish. They'll be around the 2:15 mark. 2:15.93 for them. Northern Ireland into the final 5 meters will round things off in a 2:23 for Heat 2. Heat number 3 for the female 4x50. Singapore in lane 2, their development team. Development team for Wales in 3. England's national team in 4, their development team in 5. Then the national teams of Canada and Sri Lanka in lane 6 and 7. Already on to the second leg for our leaders, and some real speed under the water. Canada with the advantage in this heat. A little issue in the pool though for Canada. The Canadian swimmer stopped swimming and has lost some time. England now take the lead. And it's close between the 2 English teams in the central 2 lanes and Canada in lane 6. What can happen on this final sprint back down? Canada overtake the English development team. The England national team will have that advantage and will take the fastest time in this heat for sure, a 1:51.43. The development team just a second away, but Canada, their national team, finished second, a 1:52.37 for Canada. Some competitive times as we round out the heats for the female 4x50. We'll be moving on to the open category next. We've had our heats for the female finalists. Now it's the open finalists. Again, 3 heats. In Heat 1, the national teams of Northern Ireland in 2, Scotland in 3, and Australia in 4. Development team for Australia in 5, Singapore's national team in 6, and Mauritius have their development team in lane 7. Same format, the 4 lengths. The first 50 freestyle no fins, second 50. As you can see, the fins swimming, incredible to watch them gliding under the water. The third length towing the rescue tube, and the fourth one towing their teammate back to the finish. It is Australia leading the way, the national team, although Northern Ireland also doing a brilliant job up there in lane 2, and it's going to be close between the two of them as we come into the final 50 meters. Neck and neck pretty much. Less than a second between them. Australia do have the edge on the times, and it will come down to what happens in the final 50 meters. The development team for Australia in lane 5 also going well, but it's that battle between Australia and Northern Ireland at the front. Australia seem to have a little more speed, and Australia will finish first, but only by 0.8 of a second. Incredibly close between Australia and Northern Ireland. The development team for Australia finish in 3rd. But what a finish it was for that heat, nice and close as well. Second heat of 3 underway in this open category. Canada in lanes 2 and 3, the national team in 2, development in 3. South Africa in 4 with their national team of Wales in 5, Sri Lanka in 6, and Singapore's development team in lane 7. And our first 3 teams all turning within 0.16 of a second, incredibly close at the front, but it is early days as they move on to that fin swim. South Africa lead the way as we approach the minute mark on the clock. A good lead on this third leg. Ready for the final handover. Canada in second at the moment, looking close between Wales and Canada's development team for third. But remember, it's all about the times and trying to find one of those top 8 places ready for the final this afternoon. South Africa still lead the way. A good margin, but Canada going well up in lane 2 as well. And closing the gap of Canada. They're going to run out of time in the pool to do so, though. South Africa will finish first at 136.92. Canada's national team in second, and Wales finished third as we round out Heat 2. Our final heat of the day, a final heat of the competition. Our finals later. This is the Open 4x50 Rescue Medley Team Relay. 7 teams in this one. National team for Kenya in lane 1. Development teams for South Africa and Wales in 2 and 3. It's England in lanes 4 and 5. The national team in 4, development team in 5. And Scotland's development team in 6. Northern Ireland's development team in lane 7. It is South Africa who have the edge, 500ths clear of Kenya at the beginning. The first 50 metres over, but look at that swim from England. The gap changes. The development teams for South Africa and England neck and neck for second place in this heat. It's all about the times as England come towards 150 metres. Looking strong, but can they keep it up? The handover done before the cone, and we're on the way back. Approaching 25 metres, and England still have the advantage. Second place could not be closer as they come through into the final stretch. We'll keep our eyes on those times. It will be England's national team who takes the fastest time at a 134.37 and just 1600ths between second and third. England's development team takes it over South Africa's, and Wales will finish in 4th for that one. A fantastic heat to round out the programme as Northern Ireland will round out the heat, and that concludes our heats for today. Once again, can we please show our appreciation for our volunteers, the event team and the officials for all of their help in this weekend. I'll be back for our finals this afternoon. And we do have a change to the programme for the timings. So for those of you here in the venue and for those of you watching around the world, we will now be starting the final session at 2:45 this afternoon, local time. That's 2:45. We will start the finals earlier than scheduled. The warm-up will start here in the venue at 1:45. And officials will be back in place for 2:30 ahead of those finals, once again starting at 2:45 this afternoon. We hope you can join us then. With the change to the programme, the team managers meeting will now be at 2 o'clock. Once again, team managers, the meeting will now be at 2 o'clock. The time is now 1:45, which means the pool is now open for warm-ups. Warm-ups will be for 45 minutes until 2:30. Once again, the pool is now open for warm-up until 2:30. A reminder of the rules for the warm-ups: a maximum of 20 athletes allowed per lane. Do not climb out over the timing pads. We ask you to follow the direction of the lane signs at the end of each lane. No diving during the warm-ups unless permitted by an official, and fins are only to be used in the permitted lanes. Also a reminder for team managers that the team manager meeting will be held at 2 o'clock. A reminder, the team manager meeting will be starting in 2 minutes. The team manager meeting starting in 2 minutes. Team managers, please make your way to the team manager meeting immediately. Any team managers not in the meeting, please make your way there now. Thank you. The time is now 2:30. The warm-up has now come to an end. Please can all athletes leave the pool so we can set up for the finals. Once again, the warm-up has now come to a close. Please can all athletes leave the pool so we can set up for the finals. Please can officials now make their way into position. Once again, could all officials please make their way into position? Thank you. Please, can we have our athletes for the final to marshalling? Once again, all athletes for the final to marshalling. Thank you. Once again, if we can please have finalists to marshalling. Finalists to marshalling. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to the World's National Pool in Swansea for our final session of the RLSS Commonwealth Lifesaving Championships for 2025. And we are off for our first final in this session. This is the female development 100-metre rescue medley B final. Emily Black in lane 1 for Northern Ireland, Mauritius Hannah DeJour in lane 2, Indigo Lang in lane 3 for Scotland, Grace James for Wales in lane 4, Canada's Megan Walshaw in lane 5, Singapore in lane 6 and 7, Summer Leah Mock in 6, and Huji Jesnyn Neo in 7, and Eve Hagan in lane 8 for Northern Ireland. Our athletes turn at 50 metres. We'll dive down now to collect the mannequins under the water, 17.5 metres away from the wall. And we will keep an eye on who comes to the surface first. It is the Welsh swimmer. Grace James in lane 4 leads the way, but can she hold on from the Canadian next to her? Megan Walshaw going strong into the final 20 metres. The two of them neck and neck, stroke for stroke as they come in towards the end. Walshaw might just be edging ahead. She is in the last 15 metres into the last 10. And this B final will go to Canada. And Megan Walshaw with a time of 1:22.23 seconds, nearly 2 seconds ahead of Grace James for Wales in second place. And for third, it is going to be Indigo Lang for Scotland, who will come to the wall in third, ahead of Summer Leah Mock from Singapore in fourth, as the rest of the field come in to the end of this B final. And now it's time to meet your finalists for the female development 100-metre rescue medley. In lane 1, representing England, Isla Lawson. In lane 2, representing South Africa, Xanthi Nagel. In lane 3, representing Australia, Eleanor Flowers. In lane 4, representing Wales, Abby Davies. In lane 5, representing Australia, Bella Murchie. In lane 6, representing England, Mimi Fisher. In lane 7, representing South Africa, Erin Langenhoven. And in lane 8, representing Canada, Sydney Shemilt. Your finalists. Time to give away our first medals of the afternoon. Just 3 seconds between our athletes on paper after this morning's heats. But who will take the gold this time out? It is Bella Murchie for Australia who leads. As we approach the end of the first length at 50 metres, we will see them turn and go under the water. Everyone watching for the middle of the pool to see who is going to come to the surface first. Murchie reaches the mannequin, pushes up and will break first. But it's looking close with Abby Davies for Wales. The home swimmer, as well as Xanthi Nagel for South Africa, the three of them very close. Abby Davies pushes on, wants to win a gold in front of her home crowd. But could Nagel deny her the opportunity? 20 metres becomes 15. We reach in towards the final 10. Abby Davies for Wales. Will she keep and hold on to it to the line? Eleanor Flowers could deny her. And Eleanor Flowers takes gold. 28 hundredths of a second between Flowers and Abby Davies in second. And bronze will go to Canada and Sydney Shemilt. Congratulations to our medalists and well done to all of our athletes in that final. A reminder, the presentations will be at the end of our final session. This is the Open Development 100 metre B final. Brian Young G10 in lane 1 for Singapore. Scotland's Killian Lamont in 2, alongside fellow Scot Noah Bonev in 3. Wales in 4 and 5 with Ben Hyatt in 4 and Will Watkins in 5. Christian Govenden from Mauritius in 6. Daniel Beggs in 7 for Northern Ireland. And Keelan Rocks in 8 for Northern Ireland. Daniel Beggs with the first turn, 28 hundredths ahead of the Welshman Ben Hyatt. A moment of quiet in the venue as we wait to see who comes first, and Ben Hyatt is the first to break the surface in this B final. A strong swim, trying to maintain the lead at this stage, as we see Will Watkins in lane 5 and Daniel Beggs in lane 7. Pushing on as well. Noah Bonev doing well for Scotland, but at the front of this it will be Ben Hyatt for Wales, who takes the B final from Will Watkins, a Welsh 1-2. And Noah Bonev will take 3rd place for Scotland. And Brian Young Ji-Tan will round out our final. The Singaporean finishes in a 1:34. Time now to meet our finalists for the Open Development 100 metre rescue medley. In lane 1, representing Australia, Billy Love. In lane 2, representing South Africa, Matthew Bajente. In lane 3, representing England, Ben Browning. In lane 4, representing Australia, Corbin Zane. In lane 5, representing Canada, Oliver Johnson. In lane 6, representing South Africa, Connor Bagley. In lane 7, representing England, Henry Russell-Ross. And in lane 8, representing Canada, Ethan Parsons. Already given away 1 gold, silver and bronze this afternoon. Time for another. Who will be our champion in the Open Development race? Corbin Zane starts well for Australia, but pretty close across the field. Just 7 tenths between lanes 4 and 5 in the qualifying earlier on, and it is Zaina Johnson who have the advantage as they dive down to the mannequins. The question is who will get there first and resurface. Oliver Johnson was first to the mannequin, but it's Connor Bagley for South Africa who is ahead on the resurface. Henry Russell-Ross for England cannot be ruled out of this one too, as Bagley and Russell Ross push each other in these two lanes as we get towards the last 15 metres. 10 metres left, and it is still Conor Bagley and Henry Russell Ross at the end. Who takes gold? It is the South African Conor Bagley. The gold goes to Bagley, the silver to Colin Zane, and Henry Russell Ross will take the bronze. With the open development category done, we will be moving on next to our female national B final. Our B final for the female national swimmers. Hong Hui Wee from Singapore in lane 1. Lane 2 is Scotland's Samantha Carpenter. And Liazard for Wales in lane 3. Gabrielle Gibbons-Renaud for Canada in lane 4. Sophia Quigley in lane 5 for Northern Ireland. Singapore's Ho Yeng Bernice Ting in lane 6. Hannah Masterton for Scotland in 7. And Kate Moore for Northern Ireland swims in lane 8. Our athletes turn at the end, and a third of a second between Ezard, Gibbons-Renaud and Quigley, Wales, Canada and Northern Ireland. And as they surface again, it is the Northern Ireland athlete who is ahead, but the stronger swimmer, Gabrielle Gibbons-Renaud, carrying well. The longer arm strokes, a little quicker as well, and that will help Gabrielle hopefully try and keep the lead as they come down into the final 15 metres. But Quigley will not give up without a fight and is holding on as much as she can. Emily Ezard looks good for the bronze, or the third place I should say, for Wales. But the winner of this B final will be the Canadian, Gabrielle Gibbons-Renaud, a 119.63. Wales into second from Emily Ezard. And Sophia Quigley will take third in our B final. Time now to meet our finalists for the female national 100-metre rescue medley. In lane 1, representing England, Abby Comline. In lane 2, representing England, Amaya Lopez. In lane 3, representing Australia, Gemma Holt. In lane 4, representing Australia, Chelsea Jones. In lane 5, representing South Africa, Kira van Heerden. In lane 6, representing South Africa, Savannah Voigt. In lane 7, representing Wales, Rhiannon Marchant. And in lane 8, representing Canada, Mercedes LeBlanc. We are off in this final. The female national athlete, Chelsea Jones, breaking a record earlier on today, her own Commonwealth Championship record, to qualify for this final. But what will happen when it comes down to it? Already 50 meters down, and Jones leads the way, 28.59 seconds. Savannah Voigt not far behind. 1.5 seconds between the top 7 athletes. And as they resurface, it is Chelsea Jones for Australia in the lead. Either side of her, Gemma Holt and Kira Van Heerden will battle for silver. But what does the final 20 meters bring? Savannah Voigt also in the contention of a medal, but as we come towards the end, it's Chelsea Jones who is at the end and will take gold for Chelsea Jones in a brand new Commonwealth Championship record time of 109.12. The silver will go to Kira Van Heerden, and the bronze will go to Gemma Holt to make it Australia-South Africa-Australia podium. Next, we'll be moving on to our Open National 100-meter medley B final. Six athletes in the pool for this B final. Paul Marr in lane 2 for Northern Ireland. Scotland's Richard Jagger in lane 3. Tristan James for Wales, our host nation this year, of course, in lane 4. Canada in 5 and 6 with Vincent Lelasset and Marc-Antoine Bernier. And in lane 7 is Andrew Bridgewood for Scotland. Already our Welsh athlete Tristan James has turned for the final 50 metres. And already Tristan is at the mannequin. We will see the red cap appear above the water. Vincent Unisset in second place at this point as we move into the final part of the race. And look at the lead that James has got ahead of the rest of the field. Tristan James, 19 years of age, and the Welsh athlete is going to be the first to the line. What a time this will be as well. It's going to be a 1:05.98 for Tristan James, the winner of the B final, ahead of RLSS in second and Jagger in third. It's time to meet our finalists for the Open and National 100-metre medley final. In lane 1, representing Australia, Nicholas Hodges. In lane 2, representing Northern Ireland, Thomas Leggett. In lane 3, representing Australia, Braden Woodford. In lane 4, representing England, Samuel Lawman. In lane 5, representing South Africa, Anthony Peters. In lane 6, representing England, James Blubby. In lane 7, representing Wales, Max Gayson-Holly. And in lane 8, representing South Africa, Aidan Bourneman. We are off for the final individual event. There will be a short 10-minute break after this race. And we will see what will happen with this one. Incredibly quick from all 8 of our competitors down to the halfway stage. Aidan Bourneman, the first to turn down in lane 8, the South African, 25.7 the split time. But will Aidan be the first out of the water with the mannequin? It's looking pretty close across the field. Samuel Lawman in a good position, as is Thomas Leggett for Northern Ireland, and so is James Blubby for England. The race is on, and it's once again so close at the front. The 2 English swimmers are leading the way. But Samuel Lawman has the edge into the final 5 and will touch the wall and take gold for England. Samuel Lawman finishes with a 1:01.77. Braden Woodford will take silver for Australia, and bronze goes to England's James Blubby. In fact, with the times confirmed, you will see we have got a joint second fastest time. Braden Woodford and James Blubby both on a 1:02.39 seconds, sharing a silver. We are going to be taking a short break, and we'll be starting with our team rescue medley relays at 3:20. A short break. We'll be back in around 8 minutes' time. Please, can we ask any athletes involved in those, once they have finished a short cool down, to make their way to marshalling. Once again, we will be starting those races at 3:20, so please ensure you are in marshalling in plenty of time. This is a final call for all of our finalists to head to marshalling. Once again, all of our finalists for the 4x50 Rescue Medley Relays, please now make your way to marshalling ahead of your finals. Please can we ask all officials to take their positions for the competition. Once again, all officials to take their competition places, please. It's time to meet your finalists for the Female Development 200-metre Rescue Medley Final. In lane 1, Team Scotland. In lane 2, Team Canada. In lane 3, Team South Africa. In lane 4, Team England. In lane 5, Team Australia. In lane 6, Team Wales. In lane 7, Team Singapore. And in lane 8, Team Northern Ireland. Straight into the final this time around for our female development teams. It is the 4x50 medley relay. For those who missed the heats earlier on this first leg, 50-metre freestyle, no fins, followed by the 50-metre with fins. The rescue tubes come into play for the third leg, and then a tow for the fourth. So already we are underway. Australia leads the way, 27.91 the split time. And a superb swim under the water. Look at the lead that's been created here. Australia, Canada and South Africa, the top three after 100 meters. But the big question is, are Australia catchable? Canada, the closest. They are in second at this moment in time. But Australia will hand over first. 50 meters left to go. It's close for silver and bronze. But Australia have the lead coming into the final 25. And what a performance from this team. Leading from the off, will hope to take another gold back to the country. And as they come into the end of this race, there is no doubt about it, it's a gold for Australia. Australia finish at a 148.17. England will take silver and bronze will go to Canada. Time to meet your finalists for the Open Development 4x50 Rescue Medley Relay. In lane 1, Team Mauritius. In lane 2, Team Canada. In lane 3, Team Australia. In lane 4, Team England. In lane 5, Team South Africa. In lane 6, Team Wales. In lane 7, Team Singapore. And in lane 8, Team Northern Ireland. We are away in this final. 8 teams in the pool, all development teams, doing their best out there in the water. It is South Africa who lead the way in the first 50 meters. And already on the changeover, it is very, very close. England with the lead. From South Africa, Australia third. "50 metres left to go, and the handover, a big push from the wall for England, who want to try and regain that lead. South Africa have half a length over England, but it's so close at 25 metres. The two of them are coming together. They're both in the race for gold, but who will have it in the last moments? It's neck and neck right to the line, to the push, and England take the gold. England take gold by 27 hundredths of a second over South Africa in silver. The bronze will go to Australia, that winning time, a 1:32.99. We will now move on to the national teams. The female national teams will be first. We move on then to our final for the female national teams. We move straight to that final. Let's meet our teams. In lane 1, Team Sri Lanka. In lane 2, Team Canada. In lane 3, Team Wales. In lane 4, Team Australia. In lane 5, Team South Africa. In lane 6, Team England. Lane 7, Team Singapore. And in lane 8, Team Northern Ireland. The medals just keep on coming on the final day of these RLSS Commonwealth Lifesaving Championships. The final chance for our Commonwealth teams to earn those points and win the medals for their efforts. Australia, South Africa and England lead the way after the first 50 metres. The second leg, those fins on. Australia still have the lead through 75. England close to South Africa as we approach the end of this length. And England try to close the gap. Let's have a look at those times. Australia will be first to the wall, but only by half a second. Our top three, less than a second between them. Wales in fourth, Canada fifth at the halfway stage. But Australia and South Africa now ahead of the rest. England fall to third, while Canada swimming very well in this third leg. Canada now in the frame for a bronze as we take the final turn. Australia will get out ahead, but South Africa very close beside them. Neck and neck once again. England in a battle for bronze with Canada. All three medals could be hotly contested right to the very end. It's Australia, South Africa, but who will take the gold? It will go to South Africa. Take the gold with a 1:43.79. Gold for South Africa by 1600ths of a second over Australia. And England will take the bronze. We are moving on to our final event of this competition. The last chance to take a medal home. For the last time, it's the opportunity for us to meet our finalists. In lane 1, Team Sri Lanka. In lane 2, Team Canada. In lane 3, Team South Africa. In lane 4, Team England. In lane 5, Team Australia. In lane 6, Team Northern Ireland. In lane 7, Team Wales. And in lane 8, Team Singapore. For one last time, your finalists. This is it. The last event of our championships for 2025. And our teams will want to go out in style. Some big names from across the Commonwealth in this final event. And it is so close to call at the transition. South Africa were the first to the wall. Half a second between the top four. And that gap will stay. England with the lead. On this third length of the ball, it's England and South Africa. Australia and Northern Ireland all in contention for medals. And look how close this is going to be right at the end. 50 metres left to go. South Africa and England neck and neck. Who's got the strength and the power to take the final gold of 2025? South Africa steaming ahead through the last 25, through the last 15. And there is no doubt the final gold goes to South Africa. South Africa take the final gold in a 1:29.56, which is a brand new Commonwealth Championship record time. The silver goes to England. The bronze, Australia. Our medal presentations will be following shortly, but in the meantime, from our head referees and our organising committee, please can we take this opportunity to thank all of our officials down on poolside, the volunteers, the event teams, the teams for travelling across the world to come and join us here in Wales, our host nation of Wales and Swansea themselves, our venues, the team managers, the coaches, and of course, our athletes as well. A big thank you to everybody for joining us, the spectators for travelling, those watching on the live stream across the Commonwealth and across the globe. A massive thank you to you all. Please, can we ask all officials to head upstairs to the officials area? Once again, all officials, you may now leave poolside. Please make your way straight up to the officials area. And a big thank you once again for your work this competition. We will be starting the medal presentations in just a second. Please can we ensure all medalists are in the presentation area ready to begin. Please can we ask the medalists for the Open National 50-metre mannequin carry from yesterday to make their way straight to the presentation area. That's our medalists for the Open National 50-metre mannequin carry from yesterday. Please can you make your way to the presentation area. Yours is the first presentation. A reminder to everybody as they leave the venue today to ensure that they have all of their belongings, any possessions, including medical possessions. An inhaler has been found. Once again, please do check all of your possessions as you leave today, and please ask any of the event team if you have left something. Please can we have the medalists for the female development 100-metre rescue medley come forward to presentation area. All of our medalists for the 100-metre rescue medley, please make your way to the presentation area. It's time now for our medal presentations. The medals will be presented by Evans Achoki, Minister of Sport for Kenya, Norman Farmer, the RLSS Executive Director, and Dr. Babek Barochia, RLSS Director of Youth Development. We start with the ceremony for the Open National 50-metre mannequin carry. Bronze medalist representing England, James Blabby. Silver medalist representing South Africa, Aidan Bournemouth. Gold medalist and championship for the Commonwealth, representing England, Samuel Lawman. Please stand if you're able to do so for the national anthem of England. Before our next presentation, please can we ask all medalists to make their way immediately to the presentation area. That's all medalists from all of our finals to please make your way to the presentation area immediately. It's time now for the presentation for the female development 100-meter rescue medley. Bronze medalist representing Canada, Sydney Shemelt. Silver medalist representing Wales, Abby Davies. Gold medalist and Commonwealth champion representing Australia, Eleanor Flowers. Please stand if you're able to do so for the national anthem of Australia. We now move on to the presentation for the Open Development 100-meter rescue medley. Bronze medalist representing England, Henry Russell Ross. Silver medalist representing Australia, Corbin Zane. Gold medalist and Commonwealth champion representing South Africa, Connor Bagley. Please stand if you are able to do so for the national anthem of South Africa. We now move on to the presentation for the female national 100-metre rescue medley. Bronze medalist representing Australia, Gemma Holt. Silver medalist representing South Africa, Kira van Heerden. Gold medalist and Commonwealth champion representing Australia, Chelsea Jones. Please stand if you are able to do so for the national anthem of Australia. We move on to the ceremony for the Open National 100-metre rescue medley. Joint silver medalist representing England, James Blummy, and representing Australia, Braden Woodford. Gold medalist and Commonwealth champion representing England, Samuel Lawman. Please stand if you're able to do so for the national anthem of England. Time now for the presentation for the Female Development 200 metre Rescue Medley Team Final. Bronze medalists, Team Canada. Silver medalists, Team England. Gold medalists and Commonwealth champions, Team Australia. Please stand if you're able to do so for the national anthem of Australia. It's now time for the presentation for the Open Development 200-metre rescue medley final. Bronze medalists, Team Australia. Silver medalists, Team South Africa. Gold medalists and Commonwealth champions, Team England. Please stand if you're able to do so for the national anthem of England. Next is the presentation for the female national rescue medley team champion. Bronze medalists, Team England. Silver medalists, Team Australia. Gold medalists and Commonwealth champions, Team South Africa. Please stand if you're able to do so for the national anthem of South Africa. We now move on to the ceremony for the Open National 200-metre Rescue Medley Team event. Bronze medalists, Team Australia. Silver medalists, Team England. Gold medalist and Commonwealth champions, Team South Africa. Please stand if you're able to do so for the national anthem of South Africa. We now move on to the presentation for the female development dry circ. Bronze medalist representing Wales, Al Davies. Silver medalist representing Wales, Kirsten Daly. Gold medalist and Commonwealth champion representing England, Emily Goodwin. Please stand if you're able to do so for the national anthem of England. We now move on to the Open Development Dry Circ presentation. Bronze medalist representing England, Edward Gray. Silver medalist representing Northern Ireland, Daniel Beggs. Gold medalist and Commonwealth champion representing Scotland, Juniper Harper. Please stand if you're able to do so for the national anthem of Scotland. We now move on to the presentation for the Open National Dry Circ. Bronze medalist representing Wales, Alex Jackson. Silver medalist representing Australia, Daniel Miller. Gold medalist and Commonwealth champion representing England, Ben Castles. Please stand if you are able to do so for the national anthem of England. Now for the presentation of the female national dry circ. Bronze medalist Abigail Kerr. Silver medalist representing Northern Ireland, Kira Rogers. Gold medalist and Commonwealth champion representing Scotland, Samantha Carpenter. Please stand if you are able to do so for the national anthem of Scotland. This is the presentation for the Development Team Wet Circ competition. Bronze medalists, Team Wales. Silver medalists, Team Australia. Gold medalists and Commonwealth champions, Team England. Please stand if you're able to do so for the national anthem of England. And finally, the presentation for the national team wet circ competition. Bronze medalists, Team Scotland. Bronze medalists, Team England. Gold medalists and Commonwealth champions, Team Australia. Please stand if you're able to do so for the national anthem of Australia. That concludes the medal presentations for the final day of the RLSS Commonwealth Lifesaving Championships 2025. Congratulations to all of our medalists and a thank you to all of our athletes that took part. Once again, we'd like to thank our spectators here in the venue and those watching on the live stream around the world for your company over the last 3 days of competition. We hope you've enjoyed the action as much as we have here in Swansea. And a big thank you once again to Wales as our host nation for 2025.